Hey, we're back with more Trails of Cold Steel. Still doing the Heimdall missions. Let's see what we can do. Just unlock the major monster hunting mission that actually makes sense to be something they would send for students to come help with. Military students. Finish all other tasks first. Thanks for clarifying. So a weird gain issue on my webcam today. I'm going to try to work on what we're playing here. So many people talking with their eyes closed. They're finally going to combat Link after all this time. I'll try to match the rhythm of your breathing. Everyone's like, that's what you guys do when you combat Link? I think everyone's already topped off, but abundance of caution and all that. Cool ancient ruins under the hotel.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Triple advantage.
Here we go.
Alright, make sure everyone's linked up here.
All right, let's do this.
Back up.
Understood.
Okay.
I thought they just said they could link. What the heck? Well, that's very silly. Flash grenade is pretty good if I recall.
Here.
2 battles last stream, I know, right?
Right.
Big robot boss. Purify allies with Holy Song. Party heal and status removal. It's a new ability, it's pretty good.
Keep it up, everyone.
My turn. Huh? There you go.
I'm doing alright.
Done. But we can't relax yet.
All right.
Can never relax.
I've only just begun.
Seriously thought that they literally said that they were fine with linking with each other. Whatever.
Now's our chance.
Well, they're not doing a great job of trying.
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Back up. Leave it to me.
Wish I could cancel out of this after starting it.
My turn. Got it.
Got it. My turn.
I'll handle it.
My turn. All right, let's keep going.
Unscathed.
treasure chest.
Grand Press. Oh, I guess that's hers. Mobilize Earthquake. Stat boost is kind of neat. I guess he already has it, that's why you can't equip it.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
Go! All right, let's do this!
Got it.
Understood!
Okay.
Okay.
Here.
Nice. Almost blinded everyone. He has no use for CP at the moment. I thought maybe that would
Of course.
line up that he would be able to hit both of them there.
Hey!
My turn.
Nice, Laura.
Of course. Ta!
My turn! Go!
Broken.
Alright, building resources back up that battle.
That one all right.
Fights are super easy.
See? You make
Want to try to get those triple kill unscathed bonuses where possible though. Thank you, footprints on the map.
This would make a great training area. I envy the people who live around
Only
here.
you would see an underground passage and think about training.
That's kind of a weird thing to say.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him.
go! All right, let's do this!
Got it.
Leave it to me.
I'll handle it. Here.
Right. Right.
She's able to hit almost 1800. Okay.
My turn.
Not quite enough.
Here.
Right.
Still alive.
My turn. Hey!
My
Yes! Well, that's not good. I don't think it's possible for me to hit both of them. Oh, wait.
turn. There!
Thanks, Autumn Leaf Cutter.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
Sweet.
Now's our chance. We can do.
Here we go!
Alright. This one's probably not worth trying to insta-kill them.
All right, let's do this!
Okay.
My turn. Ta!
Okay.
Right.
Easy
Is
peasy.
everybody okay?
I did it!
Okay.
Right.
Go!
Have that thing that I can technically use to spam to max everyone's CP out, but it's just super annoying to do. I wish it wasn't possible. I think it's just a quartz, right? Yeah, restore CP by attacking enemies on the field. I'm gonna try not to do it because it's annoying, but I could max everybody out before a boss fight if I need to.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Thanks, Machias.
Now's our chance. We can go.
Not worth it here.
All right, let's do this.
Okay.
Everybody's full back up again. Black drone,
Right.
infogrames.
Right. Huh?
I'll handle it.
Right. All right, let's keep going.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Oh, that's a nice chest. This is an enemy chest, right?
Hostile spotted. Beginning combat.
Fortunately, everyone's got points here.
Give it up, everyone.
So I don't get a preemptive strike in this case. Just kind of sucky.
All right.
Okay.
Awesome.
My turn.
You cast Flash Grenade and do her super.
Here.
Totally overkill. Yeah, that's fine.
Targets eliminated. Let's get going.
Pretty good XP that level.
Success.
All right.
It's a problem
only
with
just-
the materia system is that characters getting XP is pretty boring. Genbu. It's the turtle god. Attacks crafts can poison or petrify enemies. 10% chance. That's kind of neat, but... Is it 10% chance per attack or 10% chance per target? They eventually get new crafts from level ups? Right, because they all have their own innate abilities separate from their materia. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, so if you do a big AoE attack, there's not a 10% chance that the entire group will get petrified. Each enemy will have a chance to be petrified. Okay. Underground Passage 2. The pathway I skipped at the beginning, I'm going to try to head back to. Yikes, Leon. Hope everything turns out alright. We made stuffing this morning.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn. All right, let's.
Starting on a CP upturn, that's pretty good.
Okay.
Ghoul frog? Okay.
Right. Right.
Okay.
Oh, does each status chord have a separate proc chance? So you have a pretty good chance for one of them to land? That's cool.
My turn.
My turn. Hey! We should keep going.
I need to look pretty closely at the sale. If it's a game that I think will show up on the sheet within the next year, it's probably worth picking it up now. Or on someone's subblock. I haven't had a chance to look at it too much. Ended up getting BPM on sale. That was nice. 33% off, I think.
Advantage is ours.
Go!
Double advantage.
All right, let's do.
I'll handle it.
The status effect on each line. Try to take a look at what you're talking about after this fight.
Right. Of course. Huh?
My turn.
It's my turn.
My turn. My turn. Huh?
My turn. We'll
Definitely
cut our own
competitive
path.
with Xenoblade Combat Barks. Okay. That's neat. I just missed that on the ground before. Accidental grinding for exploration.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. My turn. All right.
So you can't hit all of them. This is a pretty shitty enemy to do this on, I guess.
My turn.
But that doesn't count as a overkill, right? If you kill him with an S break.
Right. Right. Evil will
Sweet.
fall before my blade.
Oh man, camera angle's easy to get turned around there. I think because of the way I back attack them. Huh. Figured 6K when they only have like 1500 health would count. I had one trigger earlier from Elliot doing a single target attack. Nice.
Here we go. All right.
My turn. My turn.
Okay.
Missed one. Didn't even try any hear that.
Now! An opening!
Go. We'll cut our own path.
Oh, a treasure chest!
Yeah, I will.
Now's
Thanks.
our chance. Let's get him.
I'll handle it.
It's the most I can hit, I think.
Done. But we can't relax yet.
I did it.
Gale. Slice enemies at high speed. Unbalanced 20%. Large area attack. That's nice. Scud Ripper. Line.
A plus
And he
outcome.
knocks them down and makes them critable.
Is that a treasure chest?
Luminous glasses. Okay. So you're saying... status effect boosts can only go on the ones that say line 1, 2, and 3. That's Suzaku too, right? Yeah, Suzaku, Byakko, Genbu. Gotta get my blue dragon. Can put one status effect in each area. So line 1, any one of these could include a status effect, and it's only going to respect the first one in the list. And then I can put other status effects in line 2 and line 3. I see. Luminous glasses. Prevents blind. Accuracy plus 50%. Does Reen have like a preternatural accuracy bonus as a result of being the protagonist? Doesn't look like it. Oh, Elliot does. Okay. Yeah, okay.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish him. Okay.
Alright. I used to never use multiple save slots as a kid.
Here we go.
Probably just because I played games that had, you know, limited memory card space, so I would never want to deplete it. Pretty good range. Fortunately, it's not going to hit all of them.
All right.
Slight AoE is not enough.
Right. Ha! Off guard. I'll pick you up.
I'll handle it.
Oh, I probably should watch what it looks like next time. May as well use Rush when I've got 3 bravery points since I can't get more than that.
My turn. Ha!
Here we go.
What, cartridges? I've always been pro cartridge.
I'll handle it. Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
The advantage of disc was ever really worth all the drawbacks.
I welcome all challengers.
My turn. My turn.
Achievement unlocked, breakout performance. What's that's for?
My turn.
Oh, they're gonna get to go. It's too bad.
Here we go.
I guess memory cards were nice once I started,
All right. Let's
or
do
while I
this.
was still having to rent games as a kid.
Okay.
So it was especially sucky to rent a game, have to return it, and then try to get the same copy back that still had your save file on it, and hope that someone else who rented it didn't overwrite your save.
Here we go.
Watch the cutscene this time. Yeah, that makes sense.
That one all right.
See? We make a great team.
Yeah, me too. I have a adapter that lets you pull save files off of like PS1 and PS2 memory cards. I have all those backed up. Not that I'll ever boot those games up again and review my save files, but yeah, because like Animal Crossing took up an entire memory card, if I recall correctly. It may have came with one at one point.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it. I'll handle it.
And get 3.
Here we go. All right. Right. Right.
Hey, he's got enough level ups
Okay.
to do 1900 now.
Right.
Oh, we did it!
Hey, Reen and Fee are level 3. No. So are Reen and Laura.
I did it!
He's level 3 with
Not
almost
bad.
everybody now. Elliot. Alright. Oh right, we can't. We're gonna try to link and do a really bad job of it.
The advantage is ours.
Is
My
it
turn.
I need an ability that gathers them all together. That would be cool.
Arcus activate.
My turn. Second form.
Oh, I skipped the new gun
Another
animation.
Laura.
Understood.
Yeah, I don't know if S breaks give you an overkill, because I did like 1400 damage there and got an overkill, and do not get it for like 6000 damage. Who knows though?
Right.
It's an art that gathers them together. Oh no, Aki. God, magic. I guess Fee's not good at magic, so I shouldn't expect her to hit hard with it.
That's that. Let's keep moving.
I assume that's something they keep working on. And magic also sucks in your Shadow Hearts 2, but it was pretty good in 3 because of the stock system.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Here we go. All right.
Okay. Now.
I'll take you up. Right.
Good job, Ron Weasley.
My turn.
Okay. Got it.
I'll take you up. My turn. All right, let's keep going.
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it.
My turn. All right, let's do this.
Got it.
Understood.
I'll handle it. There you go. Targets eliminated. Let's get going.
'30s, it looks like. Raven reaches level 3. Demonic Scythe. 3 turns of speed plus 25%. Raise speed when HP is low.
Success.
I did it!
Petrification Shell. Fires a bullet that can petrify. 50% chance? Area attack. Seems potentially pretty good.
The advantage is ours.
My turn. Now.
I'll take you up.
Swift
Nice work.
Insure.
I was just following your...
I do wish games would do a little bit of heavy lifting when it comes to like explaining to you how much damage was base and how much of it was modified by stats and that kind of thing. I feel like you could do it in a way that's not super intrusive in the UI.
The advantage is ours.
Like
Okay.
600 damage, you know. Base 300 or something. You're like, oh, okay. They do about double damage, whatever the base is. I guess you can look at their stats, but they don't mean anything, right? Like, digging into the what's under the hood of the math of any typical RPG, probably not even something you'll have a understanding of by the end of the game.
Here we go.
There are certain games where +1 strength is an enormous buff.
All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me.
Right.
And other games where that means basically nothing. The player doesn't really have time to understand it. I guess you can do, I've seen a couple games will do, everything's percentage based. It's like +1% damage.
Right.
Dark Souls 2, the lowest agility you can possibly have is 85. Going to 100 triples your roll iframes for some reason.
I'll handle it. Targets eliminated. Let's get going.
Hey, new material. Cool. Yeah, I wonder what steps you could take, if any, to still have math under the hood and have a stat system, but use normal gameplay to make it clear to the player within the first few hours, like what a given stat up does. I guess it works in Dungeons and Dragons because you're like, okay, you know, a +2 bonus is a +1 to a roll. I roll a d20, so it's like a 5% increased success chance, flat, not multiplicative. That makes sense.
All right, let's do.
I'll handle it.
Just out of range, lame.
turn.
Maybe that's the key, is just
My turn.
making everything really bounded.
Done. But we can't relax yet.
There are some stats that make no sense in Diablo, for example. Like, I don't know what plus 100 strength does, but I do know what plus 5% crit chance does, right? So maybe it's moving more towards percentages.
Okay.
My turn.
Right. Right.
Okay. Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
Misleading stats in Path of Exile. Run into that with a lot of action RPGs, games where like appraising your gear is important. It can be frustrating. 100% reduced critical strike chance. But it doesn't make it impossible to crit? Or it cuts your current crit strike chance in half. Oh, even, okay. A third interpretation. Whatever your current critical strike chance, it's additive, subtractive, I guess, in this case. Does Path of Exile have a... use my words here. Like, Magic the Gathering is very carefully over the decades developed a standard language that they use. They've gone back to all of their old cards and eroded them to use that standard language so that like certain prepositions always mean the same thing no matter what. Have they ever gotten around to standardizing text like that? Like, can you be a Path of Exile rules lawyer or judge? Because
That looks
it's
like a tough one.
worded
Be
in this
careful.
way. I'm not ready. Continue preparing, thank you. Go max out my CP, thank you very much.
My turn.
My turn. Right.
I don't know if she can repeatedly stun an enemy. Some of them... Battlefield swing is too slow. She able to stun this guy from the front? I didn't realize that was possible. I'm sorry. This is the quickest way to get her CP.
Now's our chance. Let's get him. Here we go. All right.
Okay.
My turn.
All increase modifiers add to one multiplier. All more modifiers are separate multipliers. Enemies take X% increased damage, which is its own multiplier. That's similar to Diablo. You kind of just have to know whether things are additive or multiplicative in those cases. There's not any in-game indication of which one's which.
I'll handle it.
Right. My turn.
Go.
Okay.
Let's keep going.
That should be enough.
Great.
They technically do extra damage.
Go.
It's maxed out. I might be able to play Path of Exile more if I did it off stream. I'm starting to really get good vision for what sorts of activities give me anxiety while streaming them. I know no one in chat gives a shit, but like, appraising items feels awful to do when I'm trying to maximize the like amount of interesting things happening on the screen per second. And I think it frustrates me not because appraisal exists as a gameplay loop, but because I feel like a lot of the work of appraisal could be done for you, or the game could do a better job of communicating. I know the problem with Path of Exile in particular is that like there's not like a damage value, you know. You kind of have to look at an item in the context of the 6 other items you have equipped and be like, okay, given that these 6 items boost this ability, this is an upgrade.
Engage it with care.
Otherwise it wouldn't be. But given that there's a finite number of those builds in the game, I feel like you could do some kind of assistance there.
Watch out, guys.
20% increase crit
My turn.
means base crit is bumped up by 1.2. Not that 20% is added to it. Sure. But plus X%. And that's consistently worded throughout the game, basically.
All right.
So I'm able to hit the boss, no matter which one I target. You missed, you dummy.
My turn. Give it up, everyone. Take this.
I'll handle
I think I generally dislike appraisal as a core gameplay loop. Because it often feels like something that
Let's do
could be
this.
automated if the game was more polished, right? And I see appraisal as a mechanic that exists in all sorts of different kinds of games, like Skyrim's a big one.
Right.
Here's a cabinet full of junk. Can you sort through all of it and find the thing that's good?
Give it.
Fence down. How dare you? Link severed.
Right.
Okay. They tried, and that's kind of neat. Should you just not link with anyone now?
Okay.
So, hold on. Few specifics. I'm never going to remember how this works. Maybe now that I'm playing it once per week. The value I'm looking at, if it's 100, that means that it has a normal chance of being inflicted with that status effect. If it's 0, that means it's immune to it. If it's 50, that means that it halves whatever the normal chance is, and if it's 200, it's double whatever the normal chance is. Hey. Yeah, I don't have the patience to be bombarded with gear to sift through. It's just the act of sifting through gear is boring to me. It's often at odds with the rest of the game's core loop. Try blinding it.
My turn.
You missed, you goober.
Shatter!
Def down. Nice.
Right.
Back up close so he can do
My turn.
resounding beat again. Langrisser M.
Right.
Crafting in PoE requires a stupid amount of external knowledge. You hear that?
Give it up.
Here we go.
I'll handle it.
Of course. Huh?
My turn.
Uh-oh. Impede is the thing that stops that, right?
There. Go. Elliot.
Got it.
Overkill for that, okay.
Okay, that was tough.
Nice work, though.
Vanquisher, double kill, triple counter, overkill, scouter. Cannon reach level 3. Hydro cannon. Oh, that's a pretty good ability. That's healing arts though, so that wouldn't apply to like resounding beat. Begin battle with gradual HP regen. That's pretty good HP regen. 30% of max HP. God damn. That's kind of lame. Move 3.
Success.
I did it.
Not bad.
Brilliant spin. Hey, draws foes into a vortex of light. Suction. And it has faint. This depends how much it actually costs, so. That wasn't that tiring.
Well,
You
that
tried.
is-
Yeah. Agree, Spiky.
You know, maybe you should just stop worrying about trying to form a combat link with each other.
I haven't paid attention to Master Quartz at all. I was about to ask, like, do you find those in chests normally? Are they like special shop items? Are you guaranteed to get them to the story?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I can see why you'd really want to.
No. I don't want to hold our group back more than I already have. I'd like to withdraw from active combat and take a more supporting role for the duration of this field study.
Huh? Why?
But Laura, it doesn't make any sense for you not to be in the thick of the fight.
Don't be ridiculous. If anyone should be benched, it's me. It makes sense when you consider what each of us brings to a fight.
I'm still not super clear. Combat Link appears to be a diegetic phenomenon because they keep referring to it in dialogue, right? But I'm not. Is it like their cell phones get in sync with each other based on their heart rates or some shit?
No. My own immaturity is the cause of this.
Like they're not trying to abstract it as like they get along and play off each other's attacks and stuff.
There's
It's like
still
literally
a
Combat
part
Link
of
is a
me that
thing.
refuses to accept you, and this is the result. I'm sorry.
Techno magic.
I didn't think I was this narrow-minded. And I apologize for the distress my prejudice has no doubt been causing you. I came to realize during my club activities that I still have a lot of maturing left to do.
Laura.
As such, Reem, I wish to withdraw.
Denied. Actually, I'll be the one withdrawing from frontline combat.
What?
Huh?
Reen?
This seems awfully sudden. What's your line of thinking?
During all the battles we fought, one thing stood out to me. I couldn't help
Just
but
Delta
notice that
brainwave.
under ordinary circumstances, Laura and Fee's fighting styles complement each other perfectly.
Well,
You think so?
Interesting. What do you mean?
Thanks,
Laura's the
Marcus.
ideal knight, standing strong in the
See,
thick of the fight.
we talked about this in
dominating
Discord
enemies
recently.
with her blade.
Machias is being the Riker. He's being the audience surrogate. He's like, huh, you sound like you're babbling, but explain. That's fair.
Then there's Svi.
Stop being English, please, Reen.
Overwhelming the opposition with their speed and creating openings for Laura. During the practical exam, none of us should have stood a chance against the two of you.
But we wrecked you.
When you put it that way, it does make sense.
If they could form a combat link, they'd be virtually unstoppable.
Yeah, I don't think that's escaped you two either. That's why you keep trying to form a combat link, but there's something stopping you from connecting with each other. Whatever it is, it's been frustrating both of you this whole time, right?
It's exactly as you say.
Okay, so, since that's how things stand, it makes no sense for you two to just give up and withdraw from combat. In fact, considering everyone's relative strengths and weaknesses, it makes the most sense for me to fall back. This way, you'll have more chances to work out whatever it is that's standing in the way of you forming a link.
Okay.
You have my thanks.
We'll take you up on your offer then.
That's what I like to hear.
You really can be audacious sometimes, you know. Just like you were with me and Eustace.
You think? I don't really think I did anything out of the ordinary.
That's so you, Reen, to not think anything of it.
Like how he thought nothing of the fact that his hair turned white and he got red eyes that one
Still,
time.
there might be hope for these two after all.
We'll do what we can.
But first, we need to get back to the hotel, right?
Reen is temporarily unable to join the active party. As a result, he will be unable to participate in battle. Okay. Well, at least that's after the boss fight. I'm not sure I followed his logic. I followed his logic of like, you guys shouldn't stop fighting, keep fighting, that'll make you work together better. But can I bench Machias? He's not terrible. Nani? Did you guys hear a sonata off in the distance? Could barely hear it over the dungeon music. Oh, that's cool. It's pretty cool. Here goes. Pressure wasn't like, oh my god, a chest.
Enemies ahead!
Shit.
Right!
Guess if I get that stun off, I gotta run right up to him.
Okay.
Of course.
Brilliant spin is 45. That's pretty expensive. I guess the effect's pretty good.
It's my turn!
Petrification shell, energy shell, armor piercing round. Still does damage even if it doesn't succeed at petrifying.
Locked and loaded!
Now, unscathed
Is everybody
is the
okay?
only bonus. It doesn't care about whether the enemy got a turn or not, right? It's just whether or not it hurts you at all. Didn't realize Petrify wasn't a death equivalent.
Right.
Right.
My
Everyone in
turn.
this party suck at attacking
Of
fast.
course.
Leave it.
Just Reen.
Right.
I'll handle it.
Alright, I got hers are gun swords. She's pretty fast. Oh, she shoots depending on how far away she is. Okay, it's kind of cool. That's pretty neat. I'm confused. Do I have to like press a different button to get her to shoot? She's able to spam it before. Now she's shooting constantly. Fuck.
We have nothing to fear. Of course. Huh?
Right. Go.
Broken. Right.
Of course.
There must be some rules to it, though.
Okay. Done. But we can't relax yet.
You will never be allowed to relax, ever.
Right.
I spy treasure.
Shuna. Alright, let me look at their master quartz here. I do have some extra ones. Begin battle. Killing enemies or restores CP is pretty nice. Offensive arts are spells, which I don't want. KO. I think Ares is my only extra one then. There's a neat mechanic, but I'm not really having anyone doing casting. Keep an eye out. Right, Fortuna. Move plus 15. Grants lights protection to raise attack speed. That's arts attack. ATS is not attack speed, I just wanted to mean that.
Advantage is ours.
There we go.
My turn.
Right.
My turn. Off guard.
I'll take you up.
It's my turn.
Which are mostly full on health.
Now.
That's pretty good damage, even if it doesn't land the status effects.
Sure. There's a light.
The sound's getting louder too.
We must be getting close to the exit now.
Hey, there was a gazebo with a secret passage just like that in the saboteur yesterday. Mater Park. The layouts remained unchanged as it was created during the Dark Ages. You can feel the city's history. Musicians playing it are friends of mine. Old Man Garia. Man, Elliot has an eagle eye. Could see them before they were visible in the draw distance. Can you not loiter around while I'm talking to my girlfriend? Here, take this book. It's a weird thing to do. They weren't even done. Because they all had their eyes closed. Elliot's hometown friends. Student at the Music Academy. Have there been any entries in this series that just aren't available for Vita or designed around PlayStation systems? Or is every single one still available for it? Is this the last one that was designed on the Vita first? And then it's like PS4 after that? Elliot still practices the violin. He's in the wind orchestra. Okay. Swing by the hotel to give her a report, then head back to my house. Everything before it was PSP. It makes a ton of sense. Do the games look significantly different starting with Cold Steel 3 and 4? Not really? Okay. I wonder if they use the same tools even if they weren't restricted by the Vita anymore. So I'm able to put my finger on the boxy feel of PSP and Vita games.
Whoa, this is incredible.
You could open a shop with all the instruments here.
A piano, violins, wind instruments, a robust percussion section. I'm assuming the papers in the cabinet are all sheet music?
There's no way you can call this just a hobby.
Yeah, coming in here, this must look like some rabid obsession to you guys.
Elliot's gonna be a producer.
You know, my mom was a pretty famous pianist. Being raised around music like that, my sister and I ended up sharing her love of music.
Oh, interesting, Spiky. I like that look.
Looking at all this, I can see why you decided to join the wind orchestra at the academy.
Still, why didn't you go to the same school as the people we met earlier?
Fee?
Wait, Fee, that's not...
Don't worry about it. I'm sure this comes as no surprise. But I'd originally planned to attend the music academy.
Oh.
Oh, anime grunting noises.
My sister and I grew up listening to our mom play the piano. Dad was more the strong, stoic type. He didn't know much about music, but he was head over heels in love with her.
I wonder what kind of like voice direction you give to your voice actors. Like, can you just do 400 different grunts and we'll fit them in somehow?
Our home was always filled with the sound of music, and it kept our family smiling together. But 7 years ago, Mom got really ill. Eventually, she passed away. After her death, my sister and I both wanted to follow in her footsteps. She enrolled at the music academy and began working toward a career as a pianist. Naturally, I tried to do the same, but Dad wouldn't hear of it. It's one thing to have it as a hobby, but the idea of a man of the Empire making his living through music is absurd.
Poor
No
Elliot.
matter how hard I tried to convince him, he just shook his head and refused to listen.
I can't not think of my favorite all-time Monty Python sketch, the one where it's a family of like poets, and the son wants to be a coal miner. It's like, life isn't all about gala luncheons, father. What's wrong with gala luncheons?
Then he started recommending one military academy after another, trying to push me toward a career in the army. Eventually, I didn't have much choice. I had to give up my dream of attending the music academy. I hated him for it. I really did. I'm no good at fighting, never have been. I'd get smoked in a real war. But after some research, I found one academy, Thor's, offered plenty of music-related classes, and that about half of its graduates end up in careers outside the military. In the end, I met him halfway and chose to enroll at Thor's. Kinda pathetic, huh? You've all got great reasons why you're there at the academy. Then there's me, who'd rather be on a stage than a battlefield, but I couldn't go against my dad. For a while, I started
That's why
to
all
think
of his
that maybe
ability
my
names
passion
have
for
music in
had
them.
kinda cooled
That's
off.
cute.
But I'm still full of regrets about the music academy and the summer festival concert, so I guess it hasn't after all. Oh, I wish I could just crawl into a hole right now.
So that's how you ended up at Thor's.
I had no
Hey,
idea.
Kevin, how you doing? Merry Christmas.
Do you regret it?
Happy Friday.
Coming to Thor's and all?
Huh? Of course not. Why would I?
So you don't?
Life at the academy keeps me busy, but I still have time to perform with the wind orchestra after class is out. And I feel like I really broaden my horizons every time we go on a field study. Honestly, I feel like I get more out of Thor's than if I had just enrolled at the music academy without much thought. Maybe it's because whether I decide I want to be a musician or do something else totally different, I'll at least have the chance to choose what I want without someone deciding for me.
Elliot. Wow. You've really given this a lot of thought.
You really are strong.
You're healing enough then? It's good to hear.
I wish I thought so too. I still feel jealous when I see my friends who went to the music academy putting their heart and soul into their music. But even with that, I've got no regrets about coming to Thor's. None at all. Besides, if I hadn't come, I never would have met you guys, would I? I'd regret that way more.
How can you say that with a straight face?
Maybe he's just oblivious.
I didn't think I was saying anything particularly embarrassing.
I kind of like the message they're going at with Elliot here. I always had this opinion that, like, it would be a bummer if everyone just, like, rose to their level of incompetence. If you're particularly talented in X, that you pursue X as far as it possibly will take you. Like, when I worked at an airport loading planes, it was always really cool to me that there were people in that department who were like, there was a guy that owned a bunch of businesses in Ethiopia, and there was a guy who was a chemist and was doing a side job in his retirement. Like, just a lot of variety and spice. And if just everyone that had a talent for chemistry became a chemist, and everybody that had a talent for physics became a physicist, the world would be super boring.
I'd figured that most people would blush saying something like that.
Still, this
Most
is Elliot
Japanese
we're talking
people.
about. He can get away with it.
I don't know if that's a... Is he being harsh there?
You're the last person who should be saying that, Reen. Actually, I just remembered. I guess I do have one regret after all.
Oh?
What is it?
Remember the summer festival concert my friends said they're going? Back when my mom was
Oops,
still
I didn't skip
alive,
that.
she performed in it, and my sister played in it 5 years ago too. So I was really hoping that I'd be able to take the stage there one day too.
Made our way to the old guild building. We're spending the night. It's already past 9. Okay, another set of tasks. Find a hat, find some pants, kill a demon. These games, I think I've asked this before, but I don't remember the answer. Do these games do save file transfer between the entries? I guess there's not any choices to carry over. Challenge you to a duel. Okay. One to two, but not after that. But not 2 to 3. Probably because it wasn't on Vita anymore. Seems like this game would be impossible to try to just jump in on, like, the third game. Shouldn't be fighting here. How did it come to this? Why don't we fight in the dungeon? Seems pretty safe.
Ah, what a pleasant evening.
It's pretty relaxed.
Oh, sorry.
I don't see any people in this part of the park.
Oh, CS11, CS12, CS21, CS22. Wonder if they did that on purpose because of the engine change, knowing that they weren't going to do a save file transfer.
I'm fine with here if you are.
All right, Fee. Here are my conditions. If I win this duel, I want you to tell me about your past, your personal history. At first, there was something about your strength that I couldn't bring myself to accept.
She's a child
From
soldier.
the moment we first met, I could tell you were holding back. And considering your build, your combat proficiency is extraordinary. It's simply too far removed from what I've come to know through following the way of the sword.
We should try using a gun instead.
No doubt.
Really?
Yeah, all things considered, Fee's strength is totally improbable for someone her size.
To add to that, you were once part of a Jaeger Corps. I can't say I've ever thought of the Jaegers in a particularly favorable light. If one defines knighthood as the way of the virtuous, how can the path of the Jaeger be seen as anything but corrupt? I came to believe that because we'd been raised with such strongly opposing values, I could not accept you. However, I was mistaken. After hearing Elliot's story, I asked myself again why it was that I felt such resistance to fighting alongside you.
Seems like this is solving their problems, talking it out, but I guess they're still going to fight each other afterwards. This makes sense to do after you
I
fight?
tried to ascertain my own feelings, slowly and carefully. And that was when I finally realized, during all these months we spent together, I've known deep down that you were worthy of my trust. Our values had nothing to do with that judgment. It came from my heart alone. But in my stubbornness, I refused to acknowledge that one simple truth. In my heart, I had already deemed you worthy of trust. Yet in my mind, I still couldn't see past our incompatibilities. I suspect that contradiction was what prevented us from using our Arcus to fight as one.
So it is a complicated Delta Brainwave cell phone link thing, okay.
So, that's how it was. Did you know about this?
Yeah, I noticed during our fight with that monster earlier.
You aren't the only one who thought we couldn't get along. You live your life so honestly. I guess somewhere along the way I'd given up on you ever accepting me.
I see.
Still, what does this have to do with wanting to know about my past? Why do you want to know?
It's very simple, really. I want to know because I like you.
What are you?
I find it frustrating when I'm not able to understand those I've taken an interest in or have a high opinion of. I felt like this several months ago with Reen, and I feel the same way now. That's why I want to know your history. I want to know what shaped you into who you are now. That said, this is simply an act of self-indulgence on my part. Nothing more, nothing less.
I'm not sure what to say.
That's our lore, all right.
You really are something else. It's fine. I don't mind telling you. But taking your spoils by force is the Jaeger's way through and through. Is that okay with you?
Okay, we're still gonna do the fight.
It's fine. Because I have no intention of thinking of my reward as a spoil at battle.
Accidentally fucking kills her with her giant sword.
I'd much rather consider it an honor, bestowed for a hard-won victory.
Fine by me.
Don't worry, Fee will hit you with the blunt side of her gun bullets.
You just talk things out. Why do you even need to fight now?
Okay, thank you, Machias. Appreciate that. Oh, Machias.
All right, I'll officiate your duel. Neither of you need to hold anything back.
Well,
If I think it's getting too dangerous, I'll step in and stop the fight.
you should definitely hold things back, please.
Very well.
Thanks.
Go!
Oh wait, am I just gonna control both of them? Okay. That'd be pretty funny.
Shatter!
It's kind of cool that they did this in the battle engine. Probably cheaper.
Here.
Impressive.
Same to you.
Then I won't hold back. Allow me to show my strongest
Through a-
skill learned from my father.
Flash grenade.
Then I'll show you my strongest. Learned it from the boss himself.
That's enough!
Yeah, no S breaks, guys.
I couldn't even tell who won. What about you, Reen?
I feel bad saying this after volunteering to be the judge, but as far as I could tell, it was a draw.
Perfect.
Really?
Well, I suppose it is what it is. I'll simply have to continue my training and challenge you again another time. And don't forget, I still wish to duel you as well.
Wait, why me?
Honestly.
Actually,
I don't think we heard
I
that
lost
song
this
before.
Huh?
Jaegers are at our best when we fight at night. The darkness gives us an edge. But even after I threw out a flash grenade, the duel still ended in a draw. If we'd fought during the day, I would have lost.
That's...
She has a point.
Well then.
What the hell do you know,
very
Reen?
well. I'll accept this victory.
Well, anyway.
I guess the
Well,
two of us
anyway.
should go for a little stroll then.
I don't mind if you listen. Is that fine with you, Laura?
I have no objections. We're all in this together.
Okay.
Gotta delay everyone's backstory.
I used to be part of a Jaeger Corps called Zephyr. Before that, my earliest memories are of explosions and battlefields. I found myself wandering in a war-torn hotspot on the outskirts of some country I never even knew the name of. Jaeger Corps threw themselves into battle for the highest bidder day after day, while I wandered alone.
This is when she was not yet a grizzled battled veteran of, like, what is she, 13? 14?
The man who eventually took me in called himself the Jaeger King. He was the leader of Zephyr, a pretty famous Jaeger Corps. He was middle-aged, crafty, stubborn, and lucky. He always seemed so carefree, but he never let his guard down.
This is the most Fee has ever talked.
To me, though, he was the closest thing to a father I've ever had. The other members of Zephyr had their quirks, but they were all nice to me. As time went on, I started helping with the cleaning, the cooking, the packing.
And the murder.
During my free time, they started teaching me all kinds of skills I'd need to survive on the battlefield. One thing led to another, and I ended up fighting in my first real battle. I was 10, I think. The boss was reluctant, but after the others persuaded him, he made me a full-fledged member of the group.
Child soldiers are
For the next
fine.
few years, we lived and fought together. I even picked up a nickname like some career Jaegers do. Sylphid. We roamed all across the continent together.
And then I decided to go to high school.
There were hard times. Times when we thought we might not live through the night, but we always did. Together. Until last year, when our boss died.
Shit, I guess look at my
It
military
was a clash
GED.
with another Jaeger Corps. The Red Constellation.
Oh, cute.
People used to say they were the only other Jaeger Corps in West Zemuria who could match us. Their leader, a guy they called the War God, had been on bad terms with our boss for years.
It's a pretty well delivered line there. A guy they called the War God. She's just like, the War God?
Eventually, the War God and the Jaeger King decided to settle things with one big duel. They kept going for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, they both fell. The Zephyr I'd grown up with disbanded. All the members who were left just kind of scattered. I don't know where they went. Then, just like that, I was alone again.
Sure, he's not secretly on the board of admissions to your high school.
I don't know what to say.
After that, you ended up coming to the academy?
Yep. Just when I was wondering what I'd do next, Sarah showed up. She said she'd been following the situation between Zephyr and the Red Constellation. That's how we first met. I told her about what happened, and she dragged me to the academy. She introduced me to the principal, and after that, well, you know the rest.
It's mild. This game is fine.
That's quite a history.
I think this would have worked better if we knew nothing about Fee until now. Because the fact that we even knew that she was like a child soldier and everyone's just like, yeah, okay. I was like, no. It's really unusual, even for her, right? So you either give this whole backstory much earlier, or you know nothing about her and everyone's like, why is she so good at combat? She's like 15.
Listening to you tell your story really brings into focus how limited my view of the world has been. But I feel like I finally know you. There's still so much more I want to learn, of course, but at least this gives me a base to build on. How about it? Care to mix things up a little?
I don't know if there's if the foundation upon which the castle that is Trails of Cold Steel is built upon is like Japanese politeness and unwilling to pry on other people. Like, if you have that, then the rest of the story follows and everyone's motivations and shock at one another and willing to ask questions about people's backstories fits into place a little bit better. But for me, it's just like, why? There's the argument like, okay, you can't have them all sit down and do an icebreaker go around like, I'm a child soldier, I was going to go to music academy. That stuff is fine to space out through the game. You've got 70 hours, you may as well space it out. It makes it easier for the person to keep track of. So that part of they don't reveal things right away works for me. But I think it's because of the slow pace and low stakes at the beginning of the game that it's like shocking that they haven't talked about this by this point. They've been on long, dull train rides together, right? They're hanging out doing basically nothing at school. If it was a thing where it's like they're military students, they just got thrown into a war, so, the stakes are really high and they don't have time to talk, and maybe they'll drop something here and there, that would make more sense.
Oh. Let's do it.
Dude, I don't dislike this game's plot or even its delivery. There's something about the tone, though, that, feels off to me, and I can't quite put my finger on it.
I should have known.
Maybe it's a localization thing.
Guess I've had this coming since the practical exam, huh?
Well, it's at your discretion, of course.
Round two.
I doubt either of us has the energy to fight at our peak.
But we'll give it a try.
You gotta be kidding me! We haven't got a chance against them!
Come on. This is a good opportunity to see what they can really do, right? Let's just think of this as a little bonus for our field study. Give it the best we've got.
Fine. But I don't intend to hold back, so I expect no less from both of you.
You have my thanks.
Here we go.
I'm not going to hold back.
Neat.
Fine, I'll do it.
Oh, now we play as Laura and P. That's cute.
Okay.
I like that. They do some cool stuff with that.
Here.
My turn. Now.
Roger.
She's gonna fucking kill him.
Should have seen that coming.
I'll handle it.
Let's do it.
Here we go.
My turn.
Okay. Okay.
This is so ridiculous.
I
Hostiles
think I
neutralized.
wrecked.
Just for safe.
It's fun.
We did it.
Uh-huh.
It's like they're off in their own little world.
Do you take a bunch of extra damage because he was petrified or
The
something?
birth of an unstoppable duo.
Hey, what are you four doing?
You should have gone down into the
crap.
dungeon.
Uh-oh.
Students, are you from one of the local high schools?
We received reports of a group causing a terrible racket in the park. What in Adios' name were you doing?
One of us is firing a shotgun. No problem.
Please, sir, this isn't what it might seem like. There's a perfectly reasonable, though admittedly rather complicated explanation for all of this.
We're very sorry for any trouble we've caused. We tried to minimize the disturbance to others, but it seems we weren't totally successful there.
Perhaps dueling in the park wasn't as good of an idea as it first seemed.
Go in the secret dungeon that's right underneath the gazebo next to
Maybe
you.
the underground tunnels would have been better.
Thank you.
You know, it's a little late for such deep insights. Besides, who do you think were the ones who started this? Don't just act like you're some innocent bystanders.
Hey, straight to Link level 2. Next game. I think we've mended all of the disagreements in the main party now. It's a couple dangling plot
You're moving up
threads.
in the world. I've got a little reward here for you.
Wind bell.
Keep up the good work.
So can you only get to A0 if you get all of the optional points? I see.
Huh? Are they all still asleep? It's almost time for breakfast.
Oh, it's you, Elliot. Sorry, we didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What's wrong? You look exhausted.
You might say we had a pretty eventful night.
Oh.
Look at these geriatrics. On the other hand, as you can see, we have gusto to spare. Isn't that right, Fee?
And you call yourselves men.
How can you two just waltz around like that after last night? Are you even human?
Oh, just calm down.
Wow. What the heck did you guys do last night?
Almost killed each
Two
other.
of you look like you've been chased around town by wolves, but Fee and Laura are all buddy-buddy now.
But they got like one shot.
Yeah, we'll catch you up on that later. First things first. Let's grab the list of today's tasks from the mailbox.
Do you think the voice actors just get like 400 instances of ellipsis, 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 triple question mark, but in a slightly different tone? Breakfast first. Yeah, right. Can you do it another 300 times? I guess, like, my speech is peppered with nonverbal vocalizations, scoffs, that kind of a thing, but something about the way anime handles it, where you routinely write for someone to be like, or like, huh? Start inserting like Tim the Toolman Taylor noises. Our family's kitten has gone missing. I love that Maki's like, I think today we're gonna get much more serious tasks. I need someone to test a new product. And a monster! Hey, called it. One of the people who worked on the localization posted random snippets from voice director notes. I would love to see that. And scrolling his butts. Why, Dark Sir? Can usually do these in any order as long as I don't do the mandatory one. It's that super secretive mana song. Howard, fantastic uniforms. More of that dialogue line about we just heard yesterday that our uniforms are designed here is like flagged on whether you did yesterday's side quest. You all made your own tweaks to match your personalities, invalidating the purpose of the uniform. Okay. You got time to wear some shoes? Sure, man. We got shit else to do. Strega Corporation. I'm impressed you two know so much. Merry Christmas. (160 to 170 reg tall centimeters? Of course. Works in tandem with the transceiver and the shoes to count all your steps. That sounds like overkill. I don't know that anyone... Do we have pedometers that have a shoe transceiver? 2,000 steps. Okay. The step count will not increase if you remove these. I could just sit here like it's a pocket Pikachu and shake it, right? That's why the transceiver's in the shoes, so I can't get away with that. Check the current count somewhere. Stats on it are actually really good. Never turn in the quests and keep them. I'm just trying to see how much the fast forward does at a time here.
Leave it to me.
My turn.
Wait, does it... Can I check it in the notes screen, maybe? Is it just gonna pop up when it's ready or something? Pedometer. Oh god, okay. Post districts. It's not soon enough. Gone since yesterday. He's the governor for a reason. Maybe it's like, I'm trying to figure out why did they make it so that most of the side quests are kind of silly to ask a mercenary academy to do for you, and it's like because they want to make sure that it's okay that they're optional. Maybe the monster isn't left dead. It's okay if someone doesn't get their hat back, I guess. I guess maybe if they had an opening speech where like the head of the military academy was like, one of the things we do is public service. So these are like your charity hours. And everyone needs 100 hours of volunteer service, so you'll get some of those on your contracts to other nations. Keep our search local. Stand to reason should be somewhere outside. Oh no, no, no. What a strange cat. It almost resembles a cow. Poor cat. Ben, you don't resemble a cow. He's already angry. Ben. You an angry, hungry kitty? Check somewhere else. It's always nice to see a family getting along. A lot of cats out here. The event flag cat. I know, right? Starving and angry. Quite the impressive presence, I feel. It's massive for a cat. What? That's the leader of the cats in the Ost district. They call him Mr. Tittles. What? The only thing behind here is an old abandoned house. Okay. Don't celebrate too early. Fee, don't kill the cat. Okay, good. We're not your enemy. What a script. I'm not sure what just happened here, but I guess we're in the clear. I don't think any of us could have predicted this would happen. But that someone would be nice to cats. I can hardly believe the legendary Mr. Tittles took her under his care. The thought warms this old heart. Ever change Japan. Gregorian chanting Mr. Tittles. Kitty strap. Don't care about any of that. Yeah, what's Mr. Tittles in Japanese? Thank goodness for fast forward. Super interesting to me that RPGs started including fast forward out of the box, right? It seems kind of a tacit admission of something, right? I remember abusing it quite a lot on emulators when I was a kid. Alright. I think I only got like a couple hundred steps from doing the Mr. Tittles quest. You've already taken 2,000 steps. Great. But I could be of assistance. New clause added to the Customs Act at the end of last year that further relaxed import restrictions. I do like this setting war stuff. Chancellor Osborne knows what he's doing. Oh, good. Transistor free. Alright, optional quests are done. Now I can do the main quests.
I'll handle
Go!
it.
It's in the port, right? Memories of Shenmue 2. Come on, forklift driving job. Received a monster extermination request from here. Speak with the person in charge here. Dan Berto. Monster that needs to be dealt with. Sent the request yesterday. The sheer coincidence has his fingerprints all over it. Okay. Yes, I am. Leads to an old underground passage. Well, that's cool. You got a key for me? This has been bugging me. I think it's something in the way you talk, but you're not a noble, are you? You damn nobles live the high life, looking down on us common folk. Oh, so the way you talk. I wonder if that's like a politeness thing in the original Japanese. You can read that about the characters more clearly all the time just from the way they speak. Kidding me, right? Class is made up of both commoners and nobles. I love that Elliot counts as a commoner, even though he lives in a fucking mansion and has like dozens of gigantic expensive instruments. Maybe the baseline happiness of the average citizen in this universe is pretty high. There's a nobility but no economic inequality? Doubt. Underground waterway key. Sorry for treating you so rudely. Everyone's super well off except for Fee, yeah. Made me truly happy. Wonder if they'll flesh that out more. I feel like this game is all about like the complexities of politics and nation states and stuff. Yeah, their grandpa is super important. Everybody's family is super important if they're not dead. Okay, Elliot. Oh. Elliot can now use the S-Craft 7th Rhapsody. Okay. They're like, shit. Laura and Fee already had theirs. That would be the natural story point for them to learn that, right? Crates. Not the same thing. shipping containers.
Now's our chance. Let's get him.
Okay. Here.
Go. All right.
Seventh Rhapsody utterly destroys foes with the power of music. Okay. Oh, I should watch it. I haven't seen it yet. Force a habit, skipping the animation for S-Crafts.
All right, let's keep going.
Check it next time.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
My turn. All right.
My
I
turn.
guess it gave me overkill that time. Maybe the threshold is higher, or maybe it's based on the current HP instead of their max HP or something.
My turn.
Here we go. Now's our chance.
I'll take you up. My turn.
My turn.
Hey, I wasn't sure she was gonna finish it off there.
Hostiles neutralized. Guess we're safe.
Force level 4. 20 CP per enemy killed. Okay.
Great.
Not bad.
Floating
Advantage is ours.
fish.
Let's finish him. My turn.
It's 4.
Here we go. All right.
Right.
Of course. Hey!
I'll handle it.
Right.
Petrify.
Of course.
Here we go.
He gives 10, which won't be enough.
All right.
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Of course.
I'll handle it.
You weren't close enough.
Go.
Is everybody okay?
They're fine.
Success.
I did it!
Didn't sell any of my Sepith, but I also don't have any use for it at the moment. Already bought all the weapons and armor in this town. Palette swap golden slime
The
in.
advantage is ours.
I'll handle it.
Flash drones, was that special?
Here.
Okay, let's watch the animation this time.
Just for you.
What is this? Chrono Cross?
You've been a wonderful audience.
Oh, video games. The fuck?
My turn. We should keep going.
I see, so overkill triggered there. I guess I got the enemy down to almost dead.
I did it.
That's pretty convenient. Probably unlock Elliot's final slot. Once I have all their slots unlocked, I can freely spend that colored Sepith on like buying spells and stuff, right? They're not going to be new slots that unlock 75% of the way through the game or anything. Might be the boss.
A challenging foe. We should engage it with care.
Sure, I've got full meter here.
I wonder when that mechanism was made.
I'm guessing a few hundred years ago at least. Probably during the Dark Ages.
Those were difficult times back then.
Alright, I apologize in advance for the cheese. Oh, it has to be in a red slot. Okay. Now, it has to be the character that has the quartz in order for them to get the CP for it. I guess I should start doing that. Attack bonus isn't as helpful.
My turn.
Right.
Can be whoever's best at it.
Okay.
Go!
My
Sure, it
turn.
does have to be
My
her.
turn.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, come on. Well, that's bad.
This just can't be happening.
Holy shit.
Won't give up.
Okay. Don't get attacked from behind, kids.
Retreat! Didn't work.
Couldn't flee.
I'm sorry, everyone.
They
Retry.
caught us off guard.
is back.
Can't target any of them here.
It's not over yet.
My turn.
Need to do something.
So I could also put Machias in my party.
You have my things.
My turn.
Yeah, that's nice of them, instead of just force loading the save. Be extra mean.
My turn.
This can't be happening.
Okay. My turn.
My turn.
Right. Hey!
I'll handle it. Pass out.
Still have their links, or does it get reset when your party gets fucked up like that? They have them. 1 second. I don't understand Fee's attack. Is there any rule as to when it does a gunshot versus swinging the sword?
I've got this.
Right. Of course.
Should be based on distance to the target. Okay.
All right.
Right. Hey!
Okay.
Yeah! Right.
Too slow.
My turn.
I'll handle
And over.
Bring it on.
Right.
That's annoying.
My turn. Yeah!
My turn. All right.
I'll handle it.
Suction effect feels like it wasn't particularly great.
My turn.
Yeah!
Okay.
Right. You still have a...
Close to full.
I'll handle it.
I've got this.
My turn.
Oh, do those all count for giving him CP? They totally do. Nice. So you can cheese this the easiest. Awesome.
My turn.
Go.
the entrance.
A dangerous foe. Stay on guard.
Oh, I guess it's not an actual mini boss. Okay. Or it wasn't necessary then. Maybe it is because I can't get a advantage strike on it.
Watch out. This is it. Go!
Single advantage.
All right, let's do this.
Leave it to me.
Now into the
Okay.
confuse.
Right. Hey! Now. Broken.
Okay.
When we fight together,
No one stands a chance.
If he's like, we'll be fight together what? Do you want me to finish your sentence for you? Get a single advantage from behind is the best you can do. I think I've had a couple other mini boss like enemies like that before.
Right.
Dude, it's really easy. I should just keep it on Elliot for the rest of the game.
My turn. That's that. Let's keep.
No problem.
Let's buy treasure.
Phantom Phobia. Oh yeah, Wind Bell. Halves delay after using Wind Arts. Terrifies enemies with an illusion of death. The problem is that he doesn't attack fast enough to keep them from tracking you unless you get him to the edge of their leech distance.
My turn. Here we go.
right. Evil will
But yeah, I
fall
really
before
should
my
use
blade.
Gale to finish off enemies. Because the Master Quartz on Reen, I guess it's not great for boss fights, but you can pretty much constantly refill it.
A dangerous foe. Stay on guard.
Oh, I'm on guard. The fact that each of those counts as a hit is awesome for this. I will do this all the time.
Right.
I'll handle it.
I've got this.
A worthy act.
My turn.
Cool.
Here.
I didn't even see the enemies in the back there. Yikes.
Of course.
You got some refund there.
Of course.
Gave him a lot of it back right there.
We should keep going.
Pretty good.
I did it.
I've only just begun.
Success.
I did it.
Everyone deserved to have those lines except for Machias. Probably something this way. Shit.
Here we go.
Do you now? That'll work.
Target's eliminated. Let's get going.
All right!
Right.
My turn.
I've got this.
The advantage is.
I'll handle it.
Unfortunately, never quite kills him with it right now. Oh, there he goes. Good job, Iliad.
Is everybody okay?
I should be able to use a special S-break in every battle. Should be a bit faster than having to worry about comboing with people and stuff.
Right.
My turn.
Here we go.
The advantage is ours.
Nice.
My
So many of
turn.
them.
I'll handle
Is there anything I can get that makes S-crafts do more damage? Is it just leveling up, basically?
My turn.
Hopefully I can get a bunch of them dead here with Gale. No, 3 at most.
Second form. Gale.
Of course.
And he's back up to full CP. Or enough to cast fun stuff anyway.
it. I'll handle it.
Here we go.
Right.
Just leveling up.
We should keep going.
Are there any like stats like strength that affected? Oh, first
Oh,
attack does double
what a nice-looking
damage. That would be
treasure
great for this. Oh shit, well, I asked for it.
Flames.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I love that. He kills enough of them, he just gets a full meter right back again. Oh, Machias is here because I got back attack. Okay.
It's my.
So it doesn't scramble your party, just if you have someone in reserve, it'll always swap them in.
Oh, a treasure chest.
Sleep. Come here. Something causes them to break their leash a little bit. Not exactly sure how it works.
Advantage is ours. I'll handle it.
My turn.
Always get it right back from Gale. B2.
have nothing to fear.
My turn.
But fear itself.
Targets eliminated.
I did it.
And I wish I could get her that CP on kill. Can you get copies of the same Master Quartz? So I guess it would suck a lot on boss fights, but they all had that. No, okay. New material. I feel like I'm running low on those. I haven't gotten as many on this chapter as previous ones.
Enemy sighted. Take him
My
out.
turn.
Oh, it's actually unnecessary. There's only two of them. It's fine.
Go. Go.
I'll back you up. Okay, that
Nice
was
work.
tough.
That's frustrating. So, anti-Chromecast. I guess you could do screen mirroring, Kami. Play it on your phone and then screen mirror to the Chromecast. Does run away, so it's got an initial leash range, and it will move slightly out of the initial leash range, it looks like.
We have nothing to
I
fear.
need to go for an advantage if I
My
can just
turn.
kill him with 7 Rhapsody every time.
Go.
Or at least hit him really hard. Three's the most I'm gonna get, okay.
Right.
Okay. Now.
And open. When we fight together,
No one stands a chance.
Tell him.
Great.
I've only
Done.
Hello, Mr. Slime. As long as it's from behind, it always stuns, right? No matter who's doing it.
the advantage is ours.
Oh, I don't need to waste it
My
this turn.
turn.
Cool.
I'll handle it.
No problem. You there.
My turn.
I'll handle
I've
it.
got this.
Now's our chance. We can do this.
Okay.
Oh,
Sweet.
we did it.
I feel like you snowball pretty quickly with this too, because now you're getting the unscathed, fast and sure and swift or whatever bonus every single battle, so you're getting even more XP for fight.
Treasure chest. Right.
Whoops. That's
Here we go.
That would have been a good one to have
My turn.
Rhapsody on. Oops. Won't be a kill, unfortunately. Unless if I do this, and I'll probably get enough back.
That's that. Let's get.
Good job, Elliot.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Ariel. In the sky. Create a whirlwind containing pieces of rubble. Okay, so the sleep one is an added effect sleep, not that you have to cast it sleep, provided that you put it in its own line category.
My turn.
Quick enough.
Second form. Game.
Of course.
My turn.
I'll handle it.
Go. All right.
My turn.
Right.
Okay.
My turn.
Right.
Good enough. Ariel's OP in the first Trails in the Sky game. Should be a thing back here. Yeah, that's where I started. That's where I opened the bridge. Okay. You only get AoE for like half of Trails 1. Hello, Mr. Bird. Speed things up here, shall we?
Advantage is ours. Let's finish it. Okay. Okay.
Go.
Free CP. I think he's the only character that has a multi-hit field attack, so if he's ever not in my party, I'm not going to bother with this because it's way too slow. This is actually pretty reliable. Round bait? Oh, for fishing. Right. Okay, melee might be 2 hits. Yeah, you might be right. I'm trying to think if that's worth it though, because I think that to compensate, she attacks much more slowly overall. Secret passage again? Oh, no. Yeah, I wish magic was a little bit better.
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Thanks, Machias. Hey, Tyrol. More people to have good healing. So it has to be black, right? Take the passive. Level 3.
This place seems like it goes on forever.
My father sure gave us a real humdinger of a job to deal with.
Well, I'm sure we must be getting close now.
Come here. Alright, so 1 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000. No, well, then I get attacked. Not the best test of things. It's unfortunate. We'll get some refund there.
Of course. Huh?
My turn.
My turn.
Take this. Right.
Nice counter.
I'll handle.
Here we go.
I'll handle. Targets eliminated.
Come here. 1000, 2 1000, 3 1000.
I will all my turn.
Wasn't full that time, so not a good test.
My turn.
My turn. Another chance.
I'll take you out.
Done.
My turn. Targets.
Actually, I'll just watch the live split timer next time. Boss man, mini boss guy.
Challenging foe. We should
Give me
engage
that.
it with care.
Not fast forwarding here because if it gets ground on me, that's bad. That took about 10 seconds.
Careful. Right.
Without fast forward.
Go.
I hit 3 of them? I don't think so.
Okay.
You still have them.
An A+ outcome.
Digimon, I hear that. .46, so nice start. I don't know, much longer release distance, but okay. That one took me more like
I'll handle it.
20 seconds. But it's a group of like 5 enemies, so.
Go.
Right. Evil will fall.
Success.
Probably gonna be hard for me to compare apples to apples.
I spied treasure.
Leg breaker. Tax crafts cause move minus 50%. Strength plus 10. No. But I wish you didn't have 2. There's no way to change the color reservation on ordnance slots, right?
Oh, what a nice looking treasure chest.
Well, I think you, Machias. Okay, 21.
We have nothing. Of
Yeah, I
course.
didn't get close. It's okay. This would have been a good one to get it on those. Big group enemies. It helps too that his S break is like massive range compared to the other ones. Rush is AoE even if my initial attack wasn't AoE, is that right?
Go.
My turn. Right.
Here we go. Okay.
01. That one's a pretty janky enemy in terms of getting close to him though. You see if it actually... Yeah, that suction attack seems to do the opposite. It doesn't seem like it actually moves them closer. I guess because she has to run into the middle of them first or something and they can't stack on top of her? Something?
My turn.
That's unfortunate.
Okay.
Unscathed still. Yes. Sucks them in, she hits them, and then knocks them back. Okay. That's too bad.
Spy treasure.
I know, right? 17. Oh, he already had max.
Bring it on. Here we go. My turn. We'll cut our own. Great.
More for Reen. I'll take. Oh, nice. Actually, I wonder if I can just get behind him like Reen. No, I can't. At least not trivially.
All right.
My turn.
This battle started at 25 seconds.
Okay.
Right.
Ow.
Okay.
So it took about 12 seconds on full fast forward. But I took some damage and didn't get the unscathed bonus or the first hit bonus.
I welcome all challengers.
It's about 7 seconds, although I was close to max already.
Here we go.
I should have used scale there.
Okay. Target's
So
eliminated.
just unscathed there because I didn't use scale. I think fast and sure or whatever, swift and sure is you kill him by turn 2 maybe?
Enemies ahead. Have to
Not
fight.
quite. Oh, it's
My
only
turn.
one enemy anyway.
Right.
Is there any way to know how many
turn.
enemies are going to be in a battle based on their field sprite? It's totally not worth it in those cases.
What a nice looking treasure chest.
Green can go. So it's not like based on the size of the enemy or something.
Enemies ahead. Have to fight.
This would have been a good one to have higher CP on.
All right. Let's do it.
See, 63 back.
Right. My turn.
Confused stacks.
Okay.
Confused doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to attack allies, but it might make them do something stupid on their turn. I think I've been hit by it before, but I forgot how it works.
Of course. What? Evil will fall.
I did it.
No problem. Oh, Taurus. Oh, is that a Master Quartz? No. Damage multiplied by 1.5. Delay after attack multiplied by 2. Oh, okay. So that might be a alpha strike. Try to kill him on the first turn. Try it with him temporarily. Let me level up. This stays leveled up even if it's not in the same character, right? Not S-Crafts? Oh. Well, that's lame. Is it just like normal, the attack command doesn't even count crafts at all? No, that's actually kind of terrible. Show the delay effect. Not using Machias, but kind of want to get it over with. Hooray! So that's the boss. Just have to fill up.
Challenging foe. We should
Elliot's
engage it with
here.
care.
Fortunately, this is an enemy that I would want to use S-Crafts on the fight, so I guess I'll just get Elliot's and then run back and try to pull him up during the boss fight instead of starting with full meter for everybody. Way faster than trying to build it up slowly in battle. Giant crocodile. It's our opportunity to put our combat link to the test. Okay.
This looks tough. Careful!
Go!
Should kill all the ads? No, almost.
My turn. All right.
My turn.
My turn.
That hurt.
My turn. Here we go.
Would motivate. I thought that S-Craft damage wasn't affected by anything other than level. Motivate would impact it.
All right.
Too slow.
Yay, miss. Thank you, blind.
My turn! Give it
I'll handle it.
Speed down, but no blind.
Right. Now. Speed.
Go!
I'll handle it.
My turn.
Nice.
Oh, we did it!
I'm gonna play with S-Craft too. I see. New material. Laura and P high-fived each other. Yay, friendship is magic. I feel like I'm still not completely clear why they didn't get along, but okay. Laura respected her too much and she was too competent, and she struggles with respecting someone who's competent that she doesn't know anything about? And Feet detected that negative energy or something? I need to strengthen my own resolve soon, too. What do you mean by that? I mean I'm gonna learn my S-Craft. Catch up, Elliot. Warp out would be nice.
That looks like a tough one. Be
Guys.
careful.
Irregardless. Yeah, that was the ideal situation. Started from 0. It took about 7 seconds to get full meter.
Go!
Can't kill both of them, can I?
My turn.
One's not paralyzed or confused. Nice crit.
My turn.
Here we go!
Very good.
We should keep going.
An A+ outcome.
Good job, Machias. You're great on the bench. That's why they didn't let us warp out. There's another secret passage that we totally detected earlier, but didn't work. So you could choose not to open it, look like. I really hope they patch out this invigorate thing. It's super cheesy. It's hard to justify building CP the normal way, especially for Elliot. Come here. They won't patch out of this game, but I hope it's not in the sequels. I think it's come up before when I was doing it the really slow way with Elisa earlier, which is extra trash. And that's about 12 seconds.
Let's get this over with.
My turn.
See if motivate matters.
Let's do this.
Leave it to me.
No, it doesn't always kill them. It's hard to tell.
Target's eliminated. Let's
Swift
get
and
going.
sure.
Success.
Nice.
I welcome all challenges.
That's fine. Motivate mattered. It should have killed them. Okay, that's fair. I feel like they have variable stats based on their size.
Right. Huh?
Okay.
Blinded
turn.
both of them.
All right.
Yeah, it's like a 25% boost, right? Is there a magic attack up equivalent to motivate?
My turn.
It's comparably cheap to set up.
My turn.
An opening. When we fight together,
Hey, reading
No one stands
Elliot to
a
level 3. Okay, so I think I'm, with this party at least, I'm pretty much done, right? No. So need Emma. Use this as a magic stat. Attack boost. Okay. That's cool. Big
That looks like
guy.
a tough one. Be careful.
Just not gonna bother.
we have nothing to fear.
Good choice. Definitely gonna be a time save.
My
Wonderful.
turn. Okay, it's safe for now.
Get a full refund. It's a lot of XP for that fight. I think it probably averages out to be time neutral, given that when I do it this way, I'm not bothering to like dance around them with the katana to get behind them with green, which feels lame too. This happens to be super
My
effective.
turn.
It's probably less effective if I get a group of enemies with like 3 or fewer dudes, but I suppose I could stop using the S break when that happens in the first place.
Let's go. Go. Right. Huh?
S craft.
Evil will fall before my blade.
Out of curiosity.
My turn.
Go.
Do we have any other enemies to test on? I was to see how many hits I typically
that a
need in
treasure
order
chest?
for Reen to get behind them for a back attack. La Forte. Area strength plus 25%. Huh. So it's basically motivate, but in art. I guess it could be nice to double stack that. The motivate also gives everybody else CP, which is pretty nice.
Oh, there's the exit.
We're finally there.
Hit it. Level 40. Tram station. Work for tunnels beneath the city really does seem to cover a vast area. Cathedrals in the Sock district. So leaving themselves open to explore the other half of Heimdall and Cold Steel 2. You're inviting us to your home? Is that shocking? Fish and chips to go from a nearby pub. Headed to Maki's house to enjoy lunch with a good cup of coffee. So this is the capital. Is this the true meaning of fish and chips? I was expecting it to be delicious, but even still, I'm impressed. That clearly looks like hot dogs. Still like greasy comfort food. Better than wartime rations. What food isn't? Ah, yes. Who better understands the pain of wartime rations than a group of teenagers? Did they all have to grow up with that or something? Like, I must have missed that about the background story. Like, they weren't used to wartime austerity for their childhoods, were they? Yeah, I could see the thing in the middle being fish and chips. Sees his coffee as a small island of luxury in his hectic daily life. Do you see that clip of Danny Pudi talking to Larry King? Larry King's like, you know, what's one luxury you couldn't do without? And he's like, coffee. And Larry King's like, coffee's not a luxury. Everyone has coffee, which, fuck you, Larry King, but okay. So Danny Pudi's like, all right, socks, a really nice pair of socks. And he's like, no, Danny, socks are not a luxury. And again, I disagree, but Larry King's like, I'm talking about, like, you know, private jet. Danny Pudi was like, Larry, I'm on DuckTales. That's great. It wouldn't hurt to be a little less blunt. Okay, good. I'm happy to hear that, at least for somebody, commoner means not super bougie. Ooh.
Ooh, there's a photo.
Oh, and suddenly voice acting.
Oh, that.
Aww, look at cute little Machias there.
He looks like he had such a sweet disposition.
Yeah, before he grew up to be a stubborn old nag.
It kind of looks like a...
Stop nitpicking people's old family photos! Honestly.
The governor looks the same as ever, though. Is that woman next to him your older sister or something?
Close enough. She was a cousin on my father's side of the family. Since she lived quite close, she often came to visit. Our family was just my father and I, so having her around was a big help.
The way you speak about her seems to imply you no longer see her.
I guess I didn't catch that Machias had a single dad.
Did she get married and move away?
She died around 6 years ago.
Oh.
I see. And that has something to do with why you hate the nobility, right?
So...
I never really planned on telling anyone about this. But considering all we've been through, I suppose it's time I told you a little more about me. It's a long story, but would you hear me out?
Of course.
Absolutely.
Glad to.
Thanks. Sis was 9 years my senior. Beautiful, kind. To me, she was in every sense the ideal woman. Now, as I said earlier, we're a family of commoners through and through. But my father proved to be a very capable government official.
You're right, Kevin.
And eventually, he was promoted to an important government position, where he started to make a name for himself. Honesty and integrity are a core part of his work ethic. So, of course, he made his fair share of enemies. But after seeing success in a number of major projects, he gained a reputation both inside and outside the government.
He got Harvey dented.
My mother died when I was still young, but Sis happened to live around here and ended up helping us in more ways than I can count. Since she was his niece, my father always made a fuss over her. And even though she didn't live in the same house, she was like a real sister to me, a real daughter to my father. I was always so proud of her. As a child, she was practically my idol. And as you'd expect, she had countless admirers among the men of the city. But for all her popularity, she was always level-headed and sensible. So I never felt I had anything to worry about, until he appeared.
I like this chapter. I like the way they format the big deep dives into backstory in this one.
He was one of my father's subordinates at City Hall, though unlike him, he was a noble by birth. A man of high rank, too. The heir of a count. However, he had none of the arrogance or haughtiness one usually associates with the nobility. When I met him myself, he came across as an honest and loyal man. He met Sis when Dad introduced him to her one day, and eventually the two of them fell in love and began a relationship, despite the difference in their social status.
Star-crossed lovers,
I was
something.
frustrated beyond words, but even I had to admit that the two of them made a good couple. And Sis seemed so happy when she was with him that I had no choice but to let it go and accept their relationship. Time went on and they became engaged, with Dad acting as the go-between. And that's when everything started to fall apart. His family couldn't have been more blatant in their attempts to undermine the relationship. Apparently, one of the four great houses, House Cayenne, proposed an arranged marriage on short notice.
House Cayenne.
And the Count's family were up in arms at the thought he might choose to take a mere commoner as his wife. Since my father held an important post, they were limited in how shamelessly they could try to sabotage the marriage. But they began to harass and threaten her in secret every way they could think of. They made her life a living hell. Maybe she didn't want to cause trouble for the man she loved, or perhaps she did it out of consideration for my father. But all that time, she chose to endure it alone. She never discussed it or asked for help. And finally, it became so crushing that she took her own life.
Damn. That's darker than what I was expecting they were going to do about it, but it's better for the story.
It seems that at the very last, he had chosen to betray her love for him. But I told her, he said. I told her I'd treasure her as my mistress instead if she'd just accept that we couldn't be married. I just don't understand it. Why would she take her own life?
I can see why Machias would be pretty pissed.
After that, my father seemed to redouble his efforts. It was like watching a machine kick into high gear. With the help of his ally, Chancellor Osborne, he was able to wrest control of City Hall from the noble faction. Then, 4 years ago, he was appointed to his current position as governor of Heimdall.
No.
And that's how the Regnitz family came to be where it is.
Neat.
I don't even know what to say.
So that's why you started hating nobles?
See, after they were like, oh, Fee was a plucky child soldier. And everything about that was fine for the most part. I'm like, okay, they're not going to... I shouldn't expect them to do anything serious in this game, story-wise. Yeah. But my sister committed suicide because...
I was so furious at Sis's death. My hatred needed to be directed at someone.
The nobility was constantly harassing her for breaking the social status quo. And then her asshole fiancé...
At first I blamed her
was an
fiancé,
asshole. Shit.
His family, and the family of the Duke who tried to intervene. In the end, I just hated the nobility as a whole. The people, their culture, the entire idea of social classes.
Preach it, comrade.
I desperately wanted the strength to win against them, to show how right I was, how wrong they were.
But now I'm okay with social classes because it turns out those are faults of individuals and not a systemic privilege. After meeting you guys, I learned that that one noble was just an asshole.
But deep
And the
down,
idea
I
of
knew
nobility
the truth
itself.
about my hate. I knew I was taking out my anger on people who didn't deserve it.
Boo.
Who had done nothing wrong.
Bad message, game.
You did?
I mean, I get where they're coming from. It's not a completely
They may
bad
be from
message.
different social classes, but people are still individuals.
Boo.
Sis's fiance was faithful to her. He just wasn't strong enough to shield her from all that ugliness, despite his love. And the Count and his family were only acting in their best interests. Which
Yes!
was to be expected, really.
Exactly, Machias. That's exactly why you should hate the nobility. Because nobility pushed them to do that. It was systemic pressure made them behave that way. You got it. You're coming to the wrong conclusion.
Ultimately, I had to acknowledge that not all commoners are good people, and not all nobles are unworthy of respect.
Fine, but
Uses might not have done much to change my opinion. But getting to know you two showed me that there are nobles who live up to that name.
oh, good. We're the good rich.
Machias.
I have no idea how my father feels about all of this, but this is how I've come to feel.
I see. You have my thanks.
I'm glad you felt you could talk to us about it.
I was worried that they were like going in this direction earlier, where I was like, wait a minute, why is Ron so like wealthy and bougie if he's supposed to be a commoner? I'm like, oh, it sounds like economic status is not associated with your class in this setting. I'm like, it makes me a little nervous that they're going to imply that, oh, nobility is just a different kind of person. They shouldn't exist.
Still, I don't think it hurt to be a bit more honest with yourself. If you're willing to admit all of that, maybe you can find it in you to be friends with Eustace too.
Are you kidding me? I might accept that not all nobles are bad, but that arrogant, self-centered fool can go choke on a palm.
To be fair, I don't think that the writers of this game set out with there wasn't like a smoke-filled, shadowy room where everyone's smoking cigars. Like, we're going to push a neoliberal, personal responsibility, individualist agenda in our game, right? Like, from their point of view, it's like, oh, he's prejudiced, and he's going to overcome his prejudice, and that's okay. But it's the system that is creating this, right?
He's mocking me for spending so much time studying or telling me I need to get out
Hey,
more.
Willie, how you doing?
I don't think he goes quite that far. Besides, I don't think he does it on purpose. He doesn't mean any harm.
That's the most irritating part. He does it without thinking.
Well, that was a good coffee break, wouldn't you say?
Hey, Machias can now use the S-Craft Ultimate Shot. He gave up on fight for the people. Decided that the oppressive nobility can be okay too. After all, he's just a temporarily inconvenienced noble. Animism has vanished. It's kind of cool. They're like diving into where the festivals are celebrated late. It's a huge cell phone. I've never really realized how big they are. Favorite specialty store, roast those beans. Oh, I had a favorite specialty store, roast those beans just the way I like them. I'm glad you're able to drink my coffee. One additional task. Burglary at a jeweler's. You seem perplexed. Irene explained the particulars of the phone call to the group. So we need speakerphone. This would be an opportunity to invoke the pilot on command of everybody weighing in, but there's only 5 people instead of the whole group. Deja vu. A short visit to Heimdall Port to report the monster's extermination. Oh, okay. Somebody caught that in editing. Shit, we need to actually complete that quest. Burglary at the jeweler's. Sand quarries. Oh, it took us right here. Cool. You in charge of the store. Got a chance to recover the Crimson Tiara. Embedded with priceless carnelian gemstones. Carnelian's like a ruby-like gem. 100 million Mira. Fell into Phantom Thief B's trap. The Phantom Thief B. Yeah, it's interesting, Spiky. I mean, maybe the argument is that because of orbital technology, they've successfully redistributed that wealth, and so everyone is, their baseline happiness is pretty high. And it's okay to imagine a world like that. I'm not mad about that. Like, that would be kind of nice, especially if they got into it a bit in the lore. But the fact that a nobility class still exists, and I guess I should clarify for anyone who's not been steeped in leftist politics for like the last few years. Neoliberal isn't the same as liberal. I'm very left of center, lefter than most people. Neoliberal is like Margaret Thatcher or Ronald Reagan. It's this rugged individualism and market worship kind of a thing that says that if something's a problem, it's the fault of a person rather than the fault of systemic pressure. So my ranting at the Machias scene is like, no, he was like, rise up, workers, unite, defeat the nobility. And he's like, oh, I met some nice nobles, so maybe everything's okay after all. Some people are more privileged than others, no one's really deprived. That's Japan. Yeah. Well, the individualism thing kind of stands out because Japan's a very collectivist culture in general, but still very like free market, like, you know, you gotta work, you gotta prove yourself, right? It's been a very infectious ideology. A liberator of beauty, Phantom Thief B. And Machias was right to point out that, like, well, because of all these social pressures, that's what forced my cousin's shitty fiance to be so shitty, and it's also what caused the other nobility to behave the way they did. But it's like, that's a really good reason. You got it. Exactly. Systemic pressures made them behave the way they did. That means we should bring down the system that creates those pressures. That's fair. Yeah, I saw the point of the scene. The point of the scene is Machias was prejudiced, and now he's learning the world is bigger than he thought it was. That's fine. The thing I'm talking about is like several layers more complicated than that, and not something that you could really approach in a anime JRPG. So it's not really that I'd expect them, something I could expect them to get right, you know? There's been a couple times where I've complained in this game, and then in the dialogue it's addressed the thing I just complained about, and I have to be like, oh, sorry. They did point out that they should have done the duel in the dungeon. Good job, game. So maybe they'll get to it in 300 hours in Cold Steel 4 or something. Give them another 20 years. Phantom Thief B is well known for sending the victim a card notifying them of his intended crime. This is like the famous thief in Phoenix, right? Card contained a message. Your prized tiara has already been replaced with an imitation. That message was a feint. No, we decided to open the display case to check the tiara. That's what he was counting on us to do. Did you just run in and grab it? The lights went out. Have the Crimson Tiara securely in my possession. Should you fulfill my conditions, promise will be returned to you unharmed. Don't report this incident to the Railway Military Police, but you can report it to the governor. Oh, deliver the other card here to the members of Thor's Military Academy Class 7, Group A. Okay. What? How is Phantom Thief B related to one of the members of this group? Salutations. Should you wish to recover the treasure you seek, accept and overcome the trials I've placed before you. All the keys lie within the Vermilion capital. Okay, we know where that one is. Sure. I do like that they did the forced scene to notice the statue earlier. Phantom Thief B assists. She faked her death and is building a revolution. Take down the nobility. Gonna write fucking Trails fanfiction. Jekyll's Plaza, right? Testing how well we know the city of Heimdall. The northeastern seat of the Prismatic Palace. The Bifrost, right? Prismatic, rainbow? Maybe not, actually. I think it would always have a quest marker if it was right, so maybe it's not the buy for us. Oh my god, the number of items you get from talking to randos. Does getting all the books to do anything? Does finding them in the first place do anything? Please, I'm begging you. There's a lot of games like these that have really obscure walkthrough bait. KMG's Pub. Oh, Crystal Garden, okay. I think Plaza Bifrost is a better sell, but... That's a weird localization
There's
choice.
so many butterflies.
It really gives the place an exotic touch, huh?
No quest markers here. What was the northeast? Grandpa, are you okay? Same old man Garia from earlier.
Just coming here reminds me of last night's ordeal.
Oh man.
Sounds like you had a rough night.
Custom voice acting. It does say there's a story event at the entrance of the Crystal Garden, right? Am I missing something here? Welcoming of a hint here.
This park is so peaceful, it's easy to forget we're in the capital.
In the northeastern seat of the Prismatic Palace. I'm only focusing on this because there's a story
Yeah,
event
people love to
listed
come here to
that
relax.
disappears once I walk in. Okay, that one didn't have a marker, that's why I was confused. The statue did. Fate ordained we should meet again. This guy. Ran into him in that other city a long time ago, Berryhard. Berryhard. Phantom Thief B. The unique side. The intensity of your stares is withering. This guy gives me strong Maester Seymour vibes, but... He's Phantom Thief B, or he's the red herring for Phantom Thief B. Hey, if the game wants to get into politics, I'm happy to talk about it. Gauntlet that supported the east of this city. The gauntlet is a symbol of the Bracer Guild. Trespass into our lodgings. Throwaway line. He didn't touch any of my other stuff, though. He's not a creeper. On the bottom of the white burden of the steel bird perched at the water's edge. Get out of my way. All right. See a way to get over to where this thing is. So if they're just saying it's in that general radius. Oh, there we go. The crane is... Oh, okay, crane. Cute. It's not a bad localization. Port Chief Danberto. Group A explain their situation to Port Chief Danberto. They always these interesting little story elements where it's like they could just say that the card's on the outside, but no, we'll fade to black and explain the situation to the port chief we met earlier. I was saying last week where like you'll do a quest and it's you don't just walk into the building and talk to the NPC, you have to talk to the receptionist who leaves and goes and gets the NPC. It's like this just sounds like extra work for you guys. I appreciate that you're doing it. I could have done it using the crane. Maybe he disguised himself as a worker. Crimson Crown you seek sleeps within a black ark, nestled in the steel car that marches with the minutes. Steel car. The tram schedule, of course. Let's get the driver's permission to have a look inside. Reen explained the situation to the driver. The infamous Phantom Thief B? Whoa, they actually put us in the car? You mean someone hit a huge briefcase? The black ark. Okay, good. See, that's what I mean. Isn't it weird that the driver didn't notice it? $100 million Mira.
So the tiara really was in there, huh?
Whoa. Oh, it's him. He's gonna take the hat off.
Now I'm wondering if the last passenger who stepped off the tram was Phantom Thief B himself.
His voice actor and his eyes are missing.
I don't remember there being any unusual passengers on board, though.
I see.
So you have no idea who Phantom Thief B could
It's
have been
him.
then?
It's the tram
You have
driver.
done so much and yet left no trace of his presence. You must truly be a master at covering his tracks.
I'll say. But hey, at least we were able to get the tiara back. I suppose that's good enough.
What's wrong, Rean?
Why are you staring at me like that?
I think it's time we put an end to this little charade. Don't you, Baron Blue Blanc? Or should I call you Phantom Thief B?
Da-da! Called it.
What?
To be fair, the game, it was smart of them to remind us who he was. Maybe not during the investigation. Well, that's a cool effect.
This savory taste is why the unripe fruit is the most delectable of all.
I hope he has a better disguise than that, because he looks exactly like he does normally.
Wait, aren't you the Baron we met earlier? But that mask...
That's the mask of Phantom Thief B.
God, the next most anime thing would be to have a
once again.
7 Schoolhouse Mysteries thing, right?
Blanc, otherwise known simply as Phantom Thief B. Baron Blue Blanc is but one of the many roles I have assumed during my pursuits. Incidentally, might I ask when you first discovered my true identity?
When you showed up at the scene of the crime to remind us that you exist.
Didn't really take much discovering. You went out of your way to show up in the Crystal Garden after all.
Thanks, Rean.
Now, maybe it's just me, but I find it hard to believe you were seriously trying to hide your identity to begin with. Your disguise is nothing short of perfect, I have to admit. But with all the work you've put into this, I suspected you might come check on us near the end of your little game.
Ha ha! I see. Excellent deductive reasoning. Simply splendid.
But why would you do something like this? Why go to all the trouble?
Ah, does that interest you? Must there be a motive?
Nah. Now that we know your identity, there's nothing more to discuss.
Theft is a crime.
Indeed, a crime we will not allow to go unpunished.
What spirited youths you are!
What? How did he do that?
Just a little trick I like to keep up my sleeve.
Teleportation?
Regardless, you have provided me with plenty of sport and more than enough entertainment for one day. I'll be watching your future achievements with keen interest. Ladies and gentlemen, until we meet again, I bid you adieu.
He disappeared again.
Doesn't sound like Phantom Thief B intends to destroy the aristocracy.
That's quite a little trick.
He might still be nearby. Let's search the area.
Try as they might, they found no trace of him. So less of a Maester Seymour vibe and more of a James from Team Rocket. We're the reason he stole it in the first place. Oh, thanks. That's a pretty good reward. We could have just kept the 100 million Mira tiara. Oh, is Sepith technically jewelry? Like, I didn't think I appreciated that before. It was quite exhausting. Quite an unpleasant fellow. Yeah, he's like a competent James. Why would someone like that try to mess with us? We have more gems than we know what to do with. Take some. That's just interesting. It's the setting is very focused on, you know, economics and politics and geography. For them to like kind of hand wave class disparity is surprising. Like, I wouldn't be getting up in arms. It's that the game has raised my expectations for it that it surprises me that they're not getting into it, right? Have some gems! This isn't a capitalist endeavor where the rich have to get richer. Is it your smoldering love for your tragically beautiful teacher? Head over to the Sancta district. Hey, set that up earlier. Assemble outside St. Estrella Girls' School at 5 o'clock. Girls Academy, huh? They should have just inexplicably had Fee voiced by David Hayter. Wait. Oh. Interesting. Really? That's interesting. Oh, are they do English voice cast for Yakuza? I thought they were all subtitled only. It's kind of surprising. Seven's changing that? Interesting. And Yakuza 1 was dubbed.
They were wearing the same uniform as Reen's sister.
Yeah, they must go to St. Estrella too.
So, the famous St. Estrella Girls' School is around here, huh? It's supposed to be a combined middle and high school exclusively for the young ladies of the nobility.
Yeah, this is one part of the capital that the masses have no reason to visit.
Although, I can at least support the school's commitment to fostering chastity and rejecting materialism.
Okay, rejecting materialism, yes. Fostering chastity, Machias, get your shit together.
You seem to know an awful lot about a fancy girls' school.
They got George Takei?
No, I
That's
don't.
cool.
This is all just common knowledge.
Anyway, let's go and wait by the front gate.
Yeah, those were the instructor's orders.
I'm feeling kind of nervous, actually.
Why would you?
To men, this academy must seem clad in the mysterious, impenetrable aura of feminine nobility.
Yeah, there's a character who's, I think, intended to be speaking English or Japanese with a heavy American accent in Yakuza 0.
I was wondering.
Maybe British
Did you
accent?
not want to come here, Laura?
My father did recommend it to me, but they offered no classes in the martial arts. That alone was reason enough to look elsewhere.
I can totally understand that.
Though I get the feeling Laura would cause a real uproar if she went to a school for genteel young ladies.
Yeah, I can picture the chaos now.
Oh? I have a number of acquaintances who attend there, and from all I hear, it does seem to be a wonderful school. I've heard that even Princess Alphen herself is a student there.
I've heard that too.
So this.
Princess who?
You've seriously never heard of her? I know you're not from Erebonian, but even still.
To be fair, I wouldn't be surprised if plenty of Erebonians didn't know who she is.
Princess Alphen is the daughter of our reigning emperor, His Majesty Emperor Ugit. She's supposed to be as sweet as an angel and popular with everyone.
Ugit is a slightly cooler name than Eugene.
Is that so?
Actually, I believe she's the same age as Fee. I've had the opportunity to meet her once before. She truly is as charming as the rumors suggest.
I figured as much. I've seen photographs of her plenty of times in magazines, though I've never had the opportunity to meet her.
Sounds like she's in the same school year as Elise, come to think of it.
Still trying to put my finger on the tech level of this series. It's so close to modern in a lot of different ways.
She has a twin brother too, Prince Cedric.
It's not like a D20 modern fantasy setting.
He's the crown prince of Erebonia.
But it's also advanced beyond industrial age in most respects.
Oh, right. I think I've seen a picture of the prince in a magazine before. Dark blonde hair, like Eustace's brother, right?
Oh, I think you're thinking of Prince Oliver. He's Cedric and Alphen's older brother.
Oh yeah, we had that cutaway scene with them like a dozen or so hours
Why
ago.
isn't he the crown prince then?
I've heard the reason is that his mother was a commoner. It seems like a stupid reason to deny him the right of succession, but that's how nobles do things.
I feel like I've been hearing his name a lot lately. He made a big splash when he came back from Liberl aboard that airship. You know the one, right?
You must be referring to his return aboard the Arcel, after the crisis in Liberl was put to rest.
Liberl.
Yeah, I remember seeing that. It really made a big impact. I'd never seen an airship that looked so white and elegant before.
I believe my father went to welcome the prince back in his capacity as imperial governor, too. And yeah, now that you mention it, that does seem to be when I started hearing his name around a lot more.
Oh, you're all here already.
World War II age with airships and
you made
cell
it.
phones.
It's good to see
And
you
magic.
all again.
You're a bunch of early birds, aren't you?
Well, we just about finished up everything we had to do when we got the call to meet here.
Were you able to finish up everything on your end, too?
As if we'd leave any loose ends. If not for our unfamiliarity with the city, we would have been finished this morning.
Every time.
Looks like getting these two to kiss and make up will be an uphill battle.
Well, some say that when someone gets under your skin, it means you really care about what they think.
Wait. Did you two...
I figured the girls would be the first to notice.
Of course. I apologize for any worry I've caused you.
We're fine now.
Really? That's great! It sure is. Maybe after this field study is over, we can get together and spend the night talking in one of our rooms.
Sounds good.
The thought of a Class 7 pajama party makes me a little embarrassed.
That's girls for you.
Girls and sleepovers go together like jam and toast, huh?
That must be Heimdall Cathedral's bell.
It has a solemn, stately sound, wouldn't you say?
It sounds so different from how it does in the Ost district. Though that makes sense considering the distance.
That bell ringing must mean it's 5 o'clock, which means it's almost the time we were supposed to meet here.
Rain?
Lovely voice.
Please, what are you doing here?
Hey, it's Cher from Clueless.
Wait, I guess this is your school, so where else would you be?
That's an insult to Cher.
Yes. I see all of your classmates are with you too.
And an insult to Paul Rudd.
It's only been a week since we saw you, hasn't it?
Well, we were told to meet here.
Wait a minute.
Are you the ones? The 9 guests I was told to expect at 5 o'clock sharp?
Well, there are 9 of us in Class 7.
I guess Reen has studied the blade, and I don't know what Allred has studied, but probably not that.
Wait, what?
Then
Wait,
that
what?
would mean you're the one we were told wanted us to come here? Actually, I suspect that would be a friend of mine. Why does she always have to be such a mischief maker? I swear. She could have at least given me a little warning that you were coming.
Elise?
World War I era culture with Shadowheart's tier
Where are
tech
my
level
manners?
mismission.
Welcome to St. Estrella
Okay.
Girls' School. I hope you'll enjoy your visit.
I like that it's all over the
Right
place.
this way.
Neat to try to discover. It's like, oh, okay, they've got magazines. Love the 3 identical girls there. I guess her hair color is slightly different. The one on the right there. Turn of the century. Yeah, that's fair. Ever played the Spirit of the Century tabletop rule set? Pulp RPG. It's pretty fun. The silver-haired girl looks like she needs a hug. Yeah, Leon introduced me to it. I've stolen that. Was it the Fate system? I've used it in a couple other settings that aren't Spirit of the Century. Nice, Leon. It's like it's like in the first Ninja Turtles movie when they asked Michelangelo if April asked them if they like pizza. Shoots out of the manhole. Pizza. Had Quinn in front as a commoner?
What's in here?
It looks like an indoor garden. This is the Academy's rose garden. The person who called you here is waiting inside. Who did call us here anyway?
The person who called you here.
Whoever they are, they must have considerable social standing.
Your Highness, I brought the guests. Thank
What?
you. Please show them in.
They just set her up.
Oh,
No way.
Hey, Elise, is that...
You don't need to ask when you already know. Now, if you'll follow me.
It's almost like if they have a scene that's randomly doing a lore dump that's going to be relevant almost immediately.
I knew it.
I don't remember if we saw her before in the...
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
They did a cutaway.
My name is Alphin. Alphin Rice Arner. It's a pleasure to meet all of you.
What do you know about us? Because of Elise? Yeah, they had a cutscene with the other princes.
Come on, Elise, cheer up. I'm sorry, all right? I was only trying to tease you a little. Don't you have something you wanted to discuss with everyone? Please, go right ahead. Well, that aside, it's been a long time since I last saw both of you, Eustace and Laura. I'm glad to see you're both well.
Likewise, Your Highness.
You've become even more fetching since we last met.
Aw, thank you. I was rather hoping that you'd decide to enroll in Saint Estraya too.
You guys didn't have enough violence here.
But it seems you chose to attend Thor's after all.
Well, I've committed myself to following the way of the sword, and Thor's gives me a place to hone my skills. I apologize for not being able to live up to your expectations.
God.
First I lost Angelica to Thor's, then you too. Perhaps I should just transfer there next year myself. Your Highness. Got you to look. But I... Well, she seems lively.
She seems far more easygoing than I was expecting.
I've heard plenty about her, but none of that prepared me for meeting her in person.
So their lips are moving when they're doing this.
So, this is what it's like to be in the presence of royalty.
Wait, are we gonna get? Is it gonna be everybody? Or?
I can see why people always compare her to an angel.
Me too.
It happened. It's actually more than 2 times since I started counting.
Please don't worry about me. Well, I still have much to learn before I feel like I deserve my status among the nobility. I've been blessed with wonderful friends, and I'm enjoying life here at the Academy.
He's already met her.
Well, she does seem to have at least one wonderful friend. Kind of an understatement when that friend happens to be Princess Elfin.
Okay, Reen's was inner monologue. His lips weren't moving.
I'm particularly happy to finally be able to meet you, Reen Schwarzer. Elise has told me so much about you.
Uh-oh.
Your Highness?
I'm honored that you'd say so. Elise always mentions in her letters what a great friend she has. As her brother, I wanted to thank you for that.
Reen?
Hello, that was a stop sign.
Oh,
I totally
so
paused.
refreshing. You're every bit the person Elise says you are. Perhaps even more so.
Huh?
Actually, I have a teensy-weensy favor to ask. Do you think I could join Elise in thinking of you as my dear brother as well?
You want to drop the word. The direction you're wanting to go with Elise? Never use that word.
What?
Like I said, in Clueless, if you watch the movie again, there's like over a dozen times where they try to lay out early on that they're not siblings.
Your Highness!
By blood.
You see,
Josh, you are
Elise has
not my
spoken to you
brother.
so often that in my heart, you've already come to feel like family. And now that I've had the opportunity to meet you, I fear I simply can't suppress these feelings any longer. I have 2 brothers already, of course, so I'm sure it won't take long to adjust.
I couldn't possibly. I mean...
That's enough, Your Highness.
The text there is pretty
Aw,
funny.
don't be so stingy. Surely it wouldn't hurt to share him with me a little. Anyway, that aside.
That was a nice touch that all their models are frozen. Wait, are they breathing slightly? Very slightly,
The
okay.
reason I called you here
I'm so
today
used
was
to their
not
like
talk with
breathing
you.
animation. Which you can really see when you fast forward.
There's someone else who would like to meet you.
Why? It's not like we're famous.
Who do you mean? Hey, isn't that...
A guitar? No, a lute?
X, no,
Susie's
Y?
arrived. Oh,
Yeah, right.
I apologize for keeping you waiting.
Little narrative synergy.
It's a pleasure to see you again.
And you as well, young lady. Well, I trust everyone here has been making themselves comfortable.
who's this guy?
I'm not sure, though I feel like I've seen him somewhere before.
I serve as a music instructor in the hallowed halls of this fine academic institution.
Has Matt Mercer already been a couple characters in this?
Truth, I am ever on the hunt for that elusive mayfly we call love. But that might raise eyebrows at a girls' school. But whose pulse would not quicken wandering into this untainted cloister of dew-eyed maidens? Ah, the romance.
Gross.
Could he be?
enough. Any more of that and our guests may start edging toward the exit.
Ah, I can always count on you to never miss a beat, my dear sister.
Oh, wait. So this is...
Oh my god.
Indeed. Tis I, Olivert Rice Arner, also known by some unscrupulous individuals as the Debaucherous Prince. I also serve as Thor's Military Academy's ornamental chairman of the board.
Of course he's on the board.
To finally meet you, ladies and gentlemen of Class 7.
We have the most important high school field trips ever.
I have to admit, I was surprised to learn that you're the chairman of the board of directors, Your Highness. I'd heard that the chairman was a member of the imperial family, but still.
That's just not public information?
Who would expect the infamous prodigal son to chair a committee at a prestigious academy like Thor's? I suppose it's not surprising they'd rather keep it hushed up, though. It wouldn't exactly be great for the school's image.
That's surprisingly forthright coming from you. Is it really true, though? I mean, that you were the one responsible for establishing Class 7, Your Highness?
Indeed, I was. You see, it's always been a tradition that a member of the imperial family serves as chairman of the board. At first, I wore the title in name only, but I had a change of heart after my vacation in Liberl 2 years ago.
You were in Liberl back then?
That would put your visit during the incident that occurred there, correct?
Thanks, Emma.
Right. All I've done since I returned to Erebonia has been inspired by my experience during the crisis in Liberl. As a result, fruitless though they may prove to be, I've set a number of plans in motion. One of which is to bring the winds of change to Thor's Military Academy. A gust of fresh air, if you will.
Winds of change, huh?
I can only assume you're referring to our class?
Then the one who decided to throw both commoners and nobles into the same class was...
Yes, the idea was mine. Although the selected students also had to have a high aptitude with the Arcus units too.
Good with cell phones.
I think I'm finally starting to understand the reasoning behind Class 7, and why we're being sent all over Erebonia on these field studies.
To, like, get people's hats and kittens and
stuff? To show us firsthand and give us cause to consider the conflict between the two factions. That is the purpose behind our field studies. Is it not, Your...
Yeah,
that is
rise
one
up.
Of the reasons, yes.
Wipe out the nobility.
However, my foremost intention was to show you that during your lives, you will encounter many obstacles and conflicts, not just between factions, but between the capital and the provinces, tradition and technology, even between nations. In these turbulent times, I thought that this would provide the hands-on education today's promising youths need.
Are the times turbulent?
We need up-and-comers who can think.
I thought things were pretty peaceful, other than that recent incident. But that was, like, surprising because of how peaceful things have been.
That makes sense.
Wow, that's quite a plan.
I can't help but feel a little unsure whether we can live up to such high expectations.
Hearing your explanation has, at the very least, cleared up many of the doubts I've had up to this point.
Class 7 does seem like an ideal environment to expand one's outlook on life.
I feel like going through everything
So
we
you
have
gonna
so
give it?
far
We gonna get
has
another
brought
one?
us closer to doing exactly that.
Yep.
Yup.
Marvelous. I'm so pleased to hear it. Just listening to you makes me feel even more certain that establishing Class 7 was the right decision. Especially since while the idea itself was mine, I have no real say in how the class is run day to day. Even so, I still hope to meet all of you at least once, if only to tell you all this.
It's a tense
That
piece.
was when Alphen stepped in and offered to set up this little meeting.
I see. Well, I could hardly refuse such a sincere request from my brother. But it also presented me a fine chance to finally meet Elise's beloved brother, as I've always wanted to. Your Highness.
Thank you for taking the time to tell us all of this, Your Highness. I feel like now that I know, I want to live up to the promise you saw in Class 7. Thing is, am
We're
I
at
right
time.
in
I'm
assuming
just
that
make it
Class
to the next
7
save
doesn't
point.
exist just to fulfill your progressive ideal?
What do you...
Oh?
The board has its chairman, of course, but 3 directors besides. My older brother Rufus, Imperial Governor Karl Regnitz,
We're on the verge of World War I.
and Irina Reinford of the Reinford Group.
Oh, yeah.
Now
that you mention it.
They do seem to have certain expectations for us.
Precisely. As I mentioned, I no longer have anything to do with how Class 7 is run. That authority lies with the directors. As you're keenly aware, Rufus and Governor Regnitz sit on opposite sides of the factional divide. And while Chairman Arena is mostly involved with Class 7's technology, like the Arcus, her intentions are a mystery to me. And it's those three who decide where you'll travel for your field studies.
Is that right?
When you put it that way, it does make it seem like some kind of bargaining is taking place behind the scenes.
It was one of the conditions they gave in exchange for allowing Class 7 to be established. I'll admit, I hesitated to allow it, but I decided to place my hopes in you. We believed then, as we still do, that one day you all will be a great light that can push back the darkness of this country.
Us, the aristocracy.
Well, I suppose when I put it that way, it sounds positively heroic. But that's just me. Don't feel too pressured by it. Your students, first and foremost. Reach out and grab that fragrant rose of school life. Join a club. Eat cheap food with your friends at midnight. Fall in love. We live but once. Make your youth count.
You know, it's weird, but hearing you say that kind of takes a load off my mind.
By the way, just earlier you said that we believed the Class 7 would be a great light. Is there someone else involved with Thor's who shares your vision for our class, Your Highness?
There is. Principal Vanda. I once attended Thor's myself and studied under him. He gave my proposal to establish Class 7 his full backing.
I see.
He's been particularly considerate toward us ever since we arrived at the Academy.
While he has no direct control over the running of the Academy, he does preside over the board meetings. And above all, he's the one who assembled an excellent team to give you first-rate training.
An excellent team, you say?
Are you referring to Instructor Sarah?
She's certainly one of them. Still, coaxing her away from her former line of work certainly played a large part in giving Class 7 a great foundation. She is, after all, one of the strongest people in the Empire, and her experience makes her a natural field leader.
Wait, what?
Instructor Sarah? One of the strongest people in Erebonia?
Exactly what experience might you be referring to?
I've even heard rumors of her daring exploits myself. She was known as the Purple Lightning. Doesn't that sound exciting?
Wait, Purple Lightning?
I knew it.
If you two have heard of it, it must be a household name among martial artists.
That's right. Guys. Though I've just heard it in passing.
Ah, that young ace of the Erebonian Bracer Guild, and one of the Empire's most famous bracers. She has a history full of brave feats and dangerous deeds. She was even the youngest bracer to achieve A-rank status. Back then, she was known as the Purple Lightning. Now, you know her simply as your homeroom teacher.
Look at that mid-cutscene save point. Thanks, game. It's like they knew. Perfect timing. Met with Prince Olivert. Okay. Thanks, folks. I'll let you guys know what's coming up. How often does that happen?